Hello guys. Gonna do a bit of an earlier stream today. Alright, where are we at? I always lose my bearings when I stop and return to haste. Because I think even if I save and quit, it won't keep me in the same run. Maybe it does. I don't remember anymore. I actually think it does. But I might have died. Oh yeah, I died on the boss. Okay, never mind. I remember where I am. I remember. Not worth. Oh, I forgot to swap my grappling hook out. Shit. The other powers is the way better. Damn it. I'm tempted just to end this run, actually. I just do that. Is that even a thing? Yeah, abandoned shard. Let me do that. Otherwise, I will never remember. This one. Grappling hooks are always 50-50 for me in games. Sometimes they're the best thing in the world, other times they just make the game less enjoyable. Well, comparatively to something else, usually. But grappling hooks are really just the best thing in the right games. Whoops. Wrong button. Damn. Well. An early life. Lost by stupid shit. Did not think that was gonna hit me. Damn, I am not warm. Come on, I'm so close. That was close. I need some health already. imagine the queue is gonna be somewhat long here this early. I don't really know how many people play this early, but I need to get a queue eventually. Cool. Won the RNG. Give me some health. Okay. Guess I'm not gonna do that again. I didn't expect that to happen. Shit, I fell into the portal. At least I think I did get my health. It's just I hit the wall so hard that I lost some health again. Smart. Invulnerability for a second. Sure. Just need to remember to press it. This place is so chaotic. It's about as long of a queue as I would have expected at this time. I was hoping it was going to be a bit better, considering it's Sunday. And people are actually home. Or the majority, anyway. I wouldn't have done this on a normal weekday, I think. Or work day, I should say. Definitely know the queue's gonna be dead then. Got too scared of the laser, I bonked myself instead. Alright, that's the queue at least. Let's see if I don't recognize anyone. And I'm hoping there won't be a dodge. Longest queue I've been in for a while, yeah. It's not even a bad queue. Might have just been they might have just been in game then. Let me see if I can get solo though. I can't be asked to play mid, not right now. I'm not fucking awake enough for this. Would rather wait for a good game though? Yeah, I get you. Right now I just want to play the game. I actually wanted to play Aladdin. Dude, he's never banned anymore. Now we ban it? Shit, man. Though maybe playing Aladdin my first game is a terrible mistake. Afro first pick. Yeah, I mean, that I would have expected as much. Maybe I just do Cerberus then. Yeah, I'll do Cerberus. Haven't played him in a little while either. So I'll do that. Whoops. That was not good. Cerberus definitely is fun, but I feel like he does a lot less damage than he did in Smite 1. So he's not as satisfying to play as a result of that, I guess. Granted, it's not that he's bad, I think. Like, if he did more damage, he would be broken in Smite 2. So it's a bit weird. I don't really think they can buff him. Maybe only a little bit. Actually, they probably could buff him, because he's going to be as uncompetitive for the most part just because of his ultimate. Maybe I do Aspect. I haven't done Aspect Cerberus before. But at the same time, I also just don't think it's that good. I don't like these pit maps. They're annoying. I want to go fast. It's hard to go fast when there's pits everywhere. But I mean, from what I can see, this is not a bad queue at all, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I know everyone on your team. There's a few I'm not too sure on mine, but it's not a bad queue. Alright. Odin. It's gonna be a stalemate matchup.
Maybe he knows, bro. Maybe he fucking knows that I'm going for the red.
Be careful.
No problem.
I'm not sure my Susanoo was gonna start with me, from what I can see. I need to... That might fuck me.
First blood.
Okay.
Nice job. Yes, minions have spawned.
Attack rightly. I'll defend.
Maybe I just invade then?
Yes.
Damn. Not fast enough. Should just gone with jump.
An enemy has been slain.
I might be a little cooked in my lane now.
Psycho! You have been slain.
It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. I'll still get blue, but not hitting level 2 there is so bad for me.
Enemy missing middle.
Should have just stayed back.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Be careful.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. Okay.
How did he even get a triple kill?
Oh, bugger.
Actually, how did he? I guess he killed a duo lane member and then they came back and he killed them again? Because Numo is still fine in mid and Susanoo was with me. How did he get a triple kill? No, I guess it must have been Numo. I don't know. Weird.
Ultimate is ready.
Very strange.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's taking some interesting trades. Don't really think it's worth it for him.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Enemy missing
Killing
middle. Be
spree.
careful. Enemy missing middle. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
might still want to try and gank.
That's too bad.
Yes. Oh, bugger.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Gank right lane.
Gank right
My
lane.
way.
Yes. An ally has been slain.
This could be big.
Enemy has been slain. Follow me. An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy. Double kill. Rampage.
Oh, it's cooked.
Your left tower is under attack. Nice job. Enemies incoming. You have been slain.
Man. And she shows up with an ult.
Your left tower
That
is
sucked, man.
under
I was just waiting for Ymir to get here. Hello, Tonton. Yeah, Cerberus is alright. I don't think he is, like, insane. But I think he's fine.
Enemies have returned middle.
I'll attack right lane. Be careful. An ally
Like, his biggest weakness is the fact that his ultimate can just be immune so easily. There's so many gods with knock-up immunes.
gank right lane. An enemy has been slain.
I won't rotate.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain. Not bad. I'm on it.
Let's just grab some rocks. Yeah, no worries, Tauntaun. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
I'm on it. Enemy
It's gonna be
inside.
Tank Thor, isn't it?
Enemies incoming.
Be careful.
Tank Thor jungle is nasty, man.
Enemy ultimate down.
Artemis ult used.
I only main solo. Like, I can play other roles, just not as well as I can solo.
Be careful. Right. Gang.
My mistake.
On my way. On my way.
Killing spree.
Be careful.
Be careful. Right. Enemy missing middle.
Move up. Retreat right lane. Group up.
Of course.
You have been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I tried to grab Odin with me.
Gold Fury. Defend.
I was too slow.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. An ally has
We're just letting Thor do too much at the moment. But it's also just Thor tank. Like, what are you gonna do against it? It's just broken. Yeah, Poseidon is not really a good solo laner in general.
Okay.
the best souls at the moment is Cabrakan. Cabrakan Thor, probably still the best soul laners. Tanks in general are just the best. On paper, tanks are very good in the current meta. It's probably gonna change a bit next patch,
Your middle tower
which is very
under
soon,
attack.
but
Your right tower
at the moment it is still tanks. It's because of the itemization on tanks. There's so many damaging tank items that you can just build full tank and still put out a bunch of damage.
Flank right lane.
On my way. I'm back.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Almost fucked it up.
Follow me. Follow me.
Our souls are linked. My mana.
Retreat.
Be gone.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Follow me.
Feel no pain.
An enemy has been slain.
My mana will return to the world.
Double kill.
My wisdom is unmatched.
Good job, team.
That
So-
cheeky ult got you out, bruv.
Like, these solos are rotating too much in this game. Now Odin shows up over there.
Down. Ultimate is down.
Ah, he did my blue. I see.
Return to base.
You're
Yoroshiku.
enemy
Your
missing
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemies
Be careful. Be careful.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Sunder just in case.
Your right
Oops.
tower is under attack.
Be gone.
You have been slain.
Oh well.
Defend the fire giant.
Spirit one next. Susan Solo is broken. I think Susan Solo is alright. But Susan Solo is still gonna get destroyed by any tank. That's the issue. Tanks are just too dominant.
Defend the gold
There's
field.
too many broken tank items. Zeus has a very good early game. Because of his damage output early. And he's hard to box. But if he meets any tank that has range on him, he's just gonna lose. Not to mention he's very susceptible to ganks. Zeus is not gonna do well in a 2v1 situation unless he gets a good chain lightning. But if you're building full mage Zeus in solo, it's just not gonna work out either way. It's gonna be tough. Also, I mean, this comes from a perspective of someone who's against like the best players in the EU as well. So it's mostly with that in mind. Obviously, you can definitely make it work against lower elo people for sure. Anything's technically gonna work into people who don't know how to deal with things. But if you're meeting someone who's very experienced and knows how to deal with the gods, it's gonna be real rough.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing left.
That's my bad, I should have rotated earlier. Afro is just so hard to deal with.
Killing spree.
Then there's this Poseidon aspect stuff.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Is this pain?
Shut down. Your right tower is under attack.
I wish I was playing a different god right now, because it's hard to carry in games like this where I'm dealing with so much damage on the opposite team. I can't kill the Thor, he's just tank, but he's building all the right items to still do a lot of damage. You have Poseidon, who I can't stick to, and just kills me in seconds. Just the aspect is insane. There's Artemis and Afro, who... Well, I can kill the Artemis. It's probably the easiest target for me, but... That's about it.
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Help middle lane. Move up.
Ultimate incoming.
My blessing to you. My mana restores you.
I mean, can we do something? Just push something else, or I don't know. They're actually just chasing me mindlessly. Can we just push mid or some shit? Man, that sucks. Maybe I need to stampede this game.
Gank middle lane. Gank middle lane.
Giant.
It's too easy for me to just get capitalized on.
Is under attack.
Does he have Sunder? Nah, he doesn't have Sunder. If Odin dies, they have a chance to steal. Not, then no.
Kill. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think it's less about a damage problem than more of it just being an Afro problem. Like,
Gank right lane.
What the hell are we gonna do into an Aphrodite without team comp?
Ultimate down.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
Dude, it's just items, man. Even the Eye of the Storm, it's such a bad item, but because they're just controlling the game, he can allow himself to build it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
But I mean, this is one of those prime examples why you should always ban the Aphrodite. I mean, he's dead. That's so funny.
An ally has been slain.
It's just their team comp combined with, well, it's just the team comp, to be honest. They just have a much better team comp than we do. And we're so far behind now.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
They're just playing the meta, that's about it. Well, we're not as much. They have a tank jungler. They have an Aphrodite. Like, we ain't killing any of them.
Enemy missing. Be careful left.
And now we're just too far behind. Like, Susano's level 15. I'm 17. Into targets that are level 20 that I need to kill.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Maybe I have a chance now with Nemean as well. But it's not gonna be easy either way. And the only target I can possibly kill is the Artemis.
On my way.
Gank left lane. Cancel that.
Be gone.
I mean, I thought we were gonna go in there, but never mind, I guess.
Tower has been destroyed.
I tried to bait out the Aphro ult as well, because my ult is useless compared to hers. See if I could just get it for free.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Wait, mine isn't just pushing right. Get that Phoenix.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your titan is under attack.
Attack right tower. Terrific.
Psycho!
Oh well.
Defeat.
Like, this game was overall weird, because my Susano also started on red. Like, he started on red and fucked me over because he didn't do blue with me in the beginning. Then I died because I didn't hit level... I didn't hit level 2 on the first wave. So my lane was just super cooked from the very beginning. Starting killing before red. He did, yeah. I mean, I don't think that was bad. He could have still gone to blue if he wanted to. There was plenty of time after you died. Just, he still wanted to invade red. I just don't see why. I don't think it's worth it at all in the current meta. Starting blue is just way more beneficial for both of us. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you can turn it a few ways, but I generally do think it was terrible for me. Like, it's just, he fucks me over by doing it, basically. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm not getting my blue buff. XP, which sucks, because I'm not gonna hit level 2. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, but Thor is completely broken. Like, you can play it so mindlessly when you build him tank, especially as a jungler, I think. In solo, it's a bit... Oh, not even in solo. It's just mindless in general. Damn it. I keep fucking doing that. Can't resist W king my opponent level 1. I mean, you were also level 2 when I was level 1. Like, there's not much I can do with when my Susano starts and the enemy red, and I won't get level 2 off of my blue buff. So it's what you should be doing. You have the clear advantage. Oh, I don't have enough momentum for this. If I hit level 2, I think I kill you instead, rather than you killing me. Because you jumped in. If I hit level 2 at the same time, I turn. But because I didn't have enough XP from blue, or didn't have any XP from blue, I just didn't. Because I got enough creeps off of what I did with my 2 on the wave. So it's just unfortunate. I don't want to blame all on that Susano, obviously. I could have just sit back, but I just played like it was usual. I shouldn't have done that. Hopefully the queue is a bit faster this time. I don't want to sit here for another 12 minutes. Oh, you're just all leaving the queue now? Damn, I'm gonna sit here for another 12 minutes. Dude, I'm also just tired of this meta. I'm tired of tank junglers. I'm tired of like meeting solos who full tryhards building the usual items, because that's all you have to do. Because if you don't do it, you're gonna get absolutely shit on. I'm so tired of this meta, man. It's so boring. I need that patch to come. I don't even care if it's gonna be mage meta again. I hate this meta as a solo laner because I have to deal with that shit every game. I can't play something else. Because I'm gonna meet someone with fucking Shield Splitter, Mystical Mail, fucking Pridwin and shit. Like, I just want to play something else. And I will probably do that today. Because I can't be asked to deal with it. It's so boring to build every game. Dude, Shield Splitter is broken. It's so boring, man. I hate broken items in general. Sometimes some broken things are fun. I don't think Shield Splitter is one of them. It's just pure broken. Why is it a 15-second cooldown? Why is it doing 200 and whatever damage? It's fucking insane. I'm so happy they're nerfing it, man. I'm so happy they're nerfing it. I believe they are nerfing it, right? Maybe I'm just gonna get depressed next patch. That shit should not be buildable on a tank. With how much damage it does. It's actually insane. You can't play it, so it's like when Lifebinder was OP. It did so much damage, and you fucking heal off of it, and you gain a shield. For no reason. On a 15-second cooldown. I still think Lifebinder is really good. It's just everything else is just way better. Somehow. That shit still gives you 300 health. Base. That's insane. Like, this meta is also where I've streamed the least. Like, this meta kind of killed it for me a little bit. I don't enjoy this meta. I'm only streaming right now because I absolutely have nothing else to do. But I don't think I'll be doing it for that long. The passion is fucking gone. It's Jover. At least until the new patch. And then maybe it's gonna be Jover pretty soon after again, if that patch also sucks. Yeah, no patches tomorrow, I believe as well now. I actually think this shield splitter stuff is worse on the junglers than it is on solos. Like, it's definitely annoying on solos. But like, solos have always been annoying, right? They're always gonna be the annoying bitches in your face, but the fact that the junglers can do it now without issue, and it helps the jungle clear and shit like that, is just way worse. It's even more unbalanced. You're literally just giving the junglers another ability to help them in every scenario. It's hard. And really fucking hard to deal with, man. And for me as solo, that sucks even more too, because if the jungler ganks me in a 2v1, and I'm getting ganked, you know, normally if I'm getting ganked, I'm thinking, okay, at least I can kill the jungler, opposed to my lane opponent who is too tanky for me to kill. Now I'm in a situation where I'm just getting ganked by another tank. I can't kill them at all. I hate it. I can't turn whatsoever, because I just fucking die and they're tanky as fuck instead. It's so... I hate it, man. I hate it. Some more shit. It's an Odin aspect? No, I don't think there is an Odin aspect. Is there gonna be one in the next patch? Have they announced an Odin aspect? He will lose his shield but get an attack speed. That's interesting, I guess. I mean, you could make like a fight May type build with Odin, where you just bring them in and you just out attack speed them or whatever. It's leaked, I assume. I mean, we'll see if it becomes official. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that was leaked back then, but never became true, so we'll just have to wait and see if it gets officially announced. And I'm not a huge fan of talking about leaked stuff. I hate leaked stuff. Alright, have a nice one, Impact.
Select your god.
I'll play Aladdin. Alright, I feel pain. Have a nice one, man. I'll be streaming for at least a few more hours. Unless I lose my mind. But I usually try to do at least 3 hours. Otherwise, I don't think it's worth to really sit down and stream. Didn't see the wave. Shit. I think I'll make this just because I have an actual heal now. I need to really fuck this one up to not get this boss. And I have the right ability this time, which also very much helps. That did so much damage to me? Maybe I was lying. Maybe I won't make this. Because the boss heals every time I die. And I can only die 3 times. Wait, am I against Mulan? these lasers. It's a bit of a bloated map, this one, or this boss. There's just so much shit on the screen. What? It jumped? Alright, whatever.
Okay.
I'm thinking ages this game. I'm gonna try something different. Wait, what am I against? It's Poseidon Jungle, okay.
A little something extra, just in case the genie is busy. Have fun. I know I
The
will.
enemy has one foot in the grave already. Cancel that.
Stream sniper.
Who is term sniping?
Poseidon.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, we're not starting on blue again. What is this life I live?
Help!
Minions have spawned.
Dude, I don't have Sunder, man. How am I supposed to do this? I mean, I guess I have to sacrifice my wave then to get blue. Ain't no way I'm giving double XP to them on blue buff. But me not hitting level 2 is gonna be terrible. But whatever.
In fight, I think.
I'm definitely gonna lose 3 creeps at least. Yeah, there goes the third.
Can we get bubble, Study?
Um,
Your left tower
I'm coming.
is under attack.
Yeah, it is bad.
Good job.
This time I won't make the same mistake though, I'm just gonna sit back.
I've seen nothing like you.
Follow them.
Come in, get in front of it, please.
To me, genie.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just yoing some rocks.
Recall.
Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
Pretty significant XP lead there.
He's 1 HP.
I'll defend.
I'll come left in a bit.
To me, genie. Follow them, genie. I must slip away quick.
Didn't expect it to do that much damage to me.
Your middle tower is under
I was just gonna dash out. Guess I'll just do this shit.
She's backing. Poseidon on right backcamps. I'm waiting here in the bush.
Your right tower is under attack.
Mulan is
I'm
5.
one small minion of 5. One small minion of 5. I'm just gonna take one here.
I'm nowhere near 5, so you gotta be careful.
Here. I'm just getting out.
Here we need a double. Sneaks in.
I'm securing our blue. Nice job.
Whoops.
We made bubble, so this is way too low HP to contest. And they are playing
I thought they
without
would change
Sanders,
back.
so it should be free.
That was good.
I gotta kill at least, but that's also like a big wish used on that.
Vault.
Just to not die earlier. Because if I die there again, I'm gonna be so far behind. I refuse.
He's in the bush. It's fine, just do the buffs.
That's good though. I actually have an XP lead now. I'll say worth it. Even though that wish did not feel very satisfying to use.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, whatever. Just try to defend the buffs. That Poseidon Lord.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
There's 1 second of ult. Unlucky.
To me, Genie.
An ally has been slain.
To me, Genie.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll wait for my thing to get back up. My TP. So I can back.
Did you be ulted by the way, Sniddy?
An enemy has been slain.
They need me.
Okay.
No?
What? Cupid? Yeah, he ulted, he ulted.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Then we will strike back.
I'll do this actually.
Oh my god,
Look
I'm
pretty
right
balanced.
again.
I will do a tanky Aladdin in this game.
Doesn't matter.
They have a comp that I don't want to deal with, being a non-tanky Aladdin, and I kind of wanted to try this for a little while. And I'm not here to try hard today, I can't fucking be honest. No more Bracken
Your right
bullshit.
tower is under attack.
I'm done. Mulan coming too.
Good game.
An ally has been slain.
Kraken down.
Enemy ultimate.
I did hit purple.
Poseidon ult down.
Slain an enemy.
They need me.
With 1 HP actually, just stay if you can.
Coming to
And have
diagonal.
for the red buff.
An enemy has been slain.
Thank you, man!
I did just whine about these items being stupid and I hate them. That being said, if I can try something weird and fun with them as a result of them being kind of OP, sure, I'll do that. Like this.
Good job.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm going mid.
Enemy missing left.
Going back us. Right.
On my way. Have fun.
Kraken down.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I am. No problem.
Your left tower is under attack. Record.
I have a huge XP lead actually. How? Just that one kill?
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing left. Follow them.
They might come to you, Snooty. They are not right yet. I'm coming to you. I figured it already.
All good, all
An
good.
enemy has left the game.
Okay.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I've been thinking about trying Aladdin tank out for a while, because I really do like playing Aladdin. And, you know, just playing the same Aladdin to every game is gonna be a bit boring. As in, like, for just full damage one-shot Aladdin. Obviously, it's what it's best at.
An enemy has returned.
Ultimate is ready.
Can I get half a purple, boys?
Help right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Side might FTP and chase you down.
I mean,
close.
come on, Seb. Be on your timers, please. I'm calling it. Yeah, nothing to get on the left side of the map.
He might not
This gank
have
is
the
like-
comms on.
That stupid ult again, and pause is not right again. We could fight right. I'm on my way. I'm taking the TP. Fight.
Killing spree.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Be right back.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Huge. Not even sure what stunned all of them, but it was very good.
I'm back. Wait, come, Gamehunter. She will TP pretty sure. Yeah, she's TPing, come. backing away quick. I'm dead.
To me, Genie! Let's settle this!
Can we do gold actually after the top invade?
Yes, yes.
I'm on my way.
I can do ult on Naga.
Yeah, sure.
Get the tower! Aw, man. I didn't realize how long my cooldowns still were. That's crazy, that both of them were still so high.
Cupid has no ult.
It's just an oops on my part. Got too greedy, thinking I was too tanky to be killed like that. Until my stuff were back up. I just really wanted the tower for some reason as well.
Your team has destroyed Fury.
Nice job. Ultimate is down.
What could I go with next?
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know actually
just
what
this guy?
what I would want to build.
Okay.
Maybe just mystical mail again, because I'm just gonna stick to people. It's just really late mystical mail. I don't really think that's worth it. I'd rather just build breastplate then for the cooldown. And just be an absolute menace in terms of cooldown.
Behind us, there's one behind us. I think it's Bacchus. Yeah.
Enemy missing right, left. Enemy missing left.
I'll TP over to you guys.
Be careful, right?
They're both 1 HP on the tower.
I missed, man! That's on me, fuck. That would have been huge if I hit it. He just dies in there.
Be right back.
Wait, no, I just said I didn't want this. They building crit? Not yet.
An ally
Dead.
has been slain.
I don't know. Maybe Stone Up Binding when I land with my 3.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
I'll do a Neemin actually. I can't do Neemin because I have my lamp and I can't have more than 2 then. Fuck.
I hate this game, man.
Slain.
Ah, that's so lucky.
Is under attack.
Helm of Radiance maybe? No. Whatever.
Invade purple if you can.
I'll just
and
do
we can
mystical mail then, fuck
Yeah,
it.
so you know.
I don't know what else to build.
I have TP in case.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
On my way. To me, Genie! Let's go! Let's settle this!
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Could do FG.
No,
Actually,
No,
never
we
mind.
can't. Spawn time is too low.
It's on.
We can do
can do
pyro real
pyro.
fast though.
Did Cupid beat or something?
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team
No clue.
destroyed a right enemy tower.
He must have. It was a long fight. I would take the risk, but I don't know for sure either.
Yeah, I'm getting ganked again.
Oops.
Cupid dashed again. He's low.
Enemies incoming left.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm back now.
Chase him. Okami, chase him.
We can do gold.
Ah, it's my bad as well.
We can do gold. Oh, I'm gonna do Agni.
Can't even hit my fucking ult, man. It's not even hard. It's not that hard to hit when they're in front of you. Like I'm
It's on
just
HP.
fucking missing it. I'm playing it so bad.
An enemy has been slain.
We can do gold. I did T2 actually, boys. Get the creeps.
I'm back in real fast.
I go back. They're coming back.
Your left tower.
It's not. We can just two-man gold, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
running back.
I can solo it, honestly, but
Alright, go
Yeah,
for
I'm
it, man.
pretty sure you can, yeah.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold sword.
Thank you.
Has been slain.
I don't know if he was AFK or DC'd or whatever the fuck that was, but I assumed that I just attacked him as he was looking in the shop.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
Or maybe he just accepted his fate, I don't know.
I'm building stacks. Have fun. Thanks.
Dream gonna be epic. Yeah, I'm so low on passion. I hate this meta.
Can you come, Seb?
I can tank it for
hold
you.
down Cupid.
Yeah, sure.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed.
If anyone comes, I'll just ult him with me. Then you can just do it.
I mean, I think they just give it up. They're pushing right side anyway.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team
We're gonna push left actually. I'm on my way.
shut down.
Never mind. I'm coming. Seb, come to us. Come to me. Come to me.
Your right phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Under splashing left.
An ally has been slain. Your right phoenix is under attack. Slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a left enemy. Double kill.
Gonna end, no?
I'm just attacking the Titan, I don't know.
We are coming.
Never mind, the Titan has cleave attacks now. Fuck that. I don't think so, I don't think so. Let's just do this. I'm dead. Sacrifice had to be made.
That's fine, that's fine. You did great. I'm back here right now.
On my way.
Record.
Where are you at, CB? I'll help you out. Where are you, buddy? I'll tell my team as well. We need to kill CP, he's bugged somewhere. After getting sepulted.
where?
Oh, he's here.
Okay.
Never mind, I guess.
That's unlucky.
Yeah. Hello.
Behind speed, yeah. Damn, that sucks.
Victory.
Just the classic getting stuck in the wall bug. That's weird. I've never seen that happen with Zephyr's ultimate. I've seen it a million times with a Wheelix ult as well as just herself. That was weird. Unfortunate that it ended with a bug. That was a fun game overall, I thought. It was nice back and forth for a lot of it. Oh, well, that sucks. Now I'm just dead. There is so much shit on this map, it's crazy. I might need more upgrades to beat this one. Damn. What? Okay, maybe it's good that it jumped. Ow. I'm hitting all the things. Yep, I'm hitting all the things. Shard failed. Yeah, I need some more upgrades. In Smite 2, yeah, it probably is Okami. I do think it's the same, or the first time we've been on the same team as well. In Smite 2. It happened in Smite 1 though, in Season 11. Right, I need upgrades. Where is that again? That is by... I think it's over here. Where is it then? Is it you? Yes. Max HP. Item rarity. No, I'd rather want energy. Actually, max lives. I'm gonna save up for max lives. That seems way more useful. I'll just take some survivability for now. I think I played that game pretty sloppy overall, but I kind of want to try that build again. It was pretty fun. I just need to figure out what I want to build instead of Mystical Mill 4th, because I don't think that's good. It's just too late to build it. Just loses a lot of the value when you build it that late into the game.
Select your god.
I'll play Caprakan if it's open, because I don't want to play against it. I'll do it. What is this? Black and white map? Cool. I might do a different build on Caprakan though. Maybe I'll try something else. Just forget the words I said last game where I said I wasn't gonna play Caprakan and shit. I lied. I don't want to be against it. The only more fun thing I can think of than playing Caprakan is being against Caprakan. That's my reasoning. Dude, what is their team comp? What is that? Athena jungle, I guess? Surprise solo Gep support then? And what is that? Turn speed. I guess turn speed's kind of nice. Minus health though. That's fine, that can be healed. Oops. Too soon. Purple orb on the Cerberus. Damn. Not what I expected.
Be careful, middle.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I mean, against Cerberus, I'm probably not going to start Mystical Mail. Alright, Kami. Good luck in yours as well. I'll be watching while I wait, fair enough.
Enemy missing. Careful left.
I'm gonna do these for once. I gotta get used to the new habits of not doing rocks as much, because rocks are gonna be way less valuable in the next patch. At the moment, I don't know if they will be worth it. For all I know, they still could be. Like, the Warhorn will definitely be more valuable because they will give you a cooldown. Like, one cooldown. So I do need to get used to taking that more. I think that's even more valuable than the rocks. Cooldown is so valuable, man. On anything. Yeah, +1 for the rocks, so you need both of them to get the same value as a single rock from before, you know? Like, they aren't bad. Like, they're still, like, free stats, right?
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
But at the same time, they're, you know, essentially 50% worse than now, so...
What a shame.
I don't know, I think I just value the XP and the cooldown in, like, you know, the Warhorn as well as the side cams more than I value the... Yeah, I guess everything else. Oh, I fucked that one up. Damn.
I'm returning to base.
That's a bummer. Boy, so tired.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Slain an enemy.
Remember the cooldown formula in this game? I know 10 is not the same as 10%. Yeah, it's... The formula exactly, I forgot. I think to have the same amount of cooldown from Smite 1. I forgot now. I think they changed as well. It used to be like 60. You need 60 cooldowns at the same like amount as like 40% in Smite 1. But I think that changed now, so I don't think it's the case at all now. I'm definitely not the right person to ask about that. Don't want to go too close to the tower. Man, why did I press that? He jumped on me too, so it should have been a kill.
Enemies in middle lane.
You have slain an enemy.
Oh, not cool, man.
Poor dog, yeah, he's like Purple Orb is probably not a solo laner, I think.
Enemy missing.
He's trying to fight in cases where he definitely cannot fight me.
Enemy spotted.
Soldier's just not a good matchup for him. I have 2 ways to interrupt the breath as Kebraken. It's not really great. Like in that case you have to level the 1, and leveling the 1 absolutely sucks in Smite 2.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I used to level the 1 as well in solo. It's just way more fun, it was safer wave clear. Like, I hope they do something. Like, maybe nerf some other aspect of him, but buff the damage in the 1, because it honestly feels bad. I missed the way he felt in Smite 1. Because it was like this high reward, high risk, high reward ability, where like hitting the stun was quite difficult. Like it wasn't easy to hit the stun in Smite 1. It's quite easy in Smite 2. The hitbox is way bigger. But that's also probably why they nerfed the damage on it, so that it feels a bit less overwhelming.
Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us.
I mean, I like the reward personally on it. It's just now it's just he feels more like a support character now because he only has 1 actual damaging ability, so he's not as good in solo for that reason. Before, the 1 was the actual threat, not necessarily the breath, even though the breath was really good too. Now it's just the breath. And all the insane tank items. Like, it's not really his kit that makes him super scary. Maybe actually that's where I'm thinking that he's not that bad. Maybe he does need to be buffed once all the tank items have been nerfed.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Cancel that.
Down.
Okay.
I think it's good they make some gods easier to use, but I also do feel like they need to keep some of them for skill, you know. Aww. Well, I got his ult at least.
Okay. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Like there needs to be a goal, you know. When a new player sees a good player and they're like they think, holy shit, I want to be that good, so I can do that. That type of stuff needs to be in the game. There needs to be something that only the masters can do.
An ally has been slain.
granted, I think like Cerberus is fine. Like adding in his, making his one a bit easier to hit for those people, I think that's all right.
Enemies in middle lane.
Be right back.
As long as they don't do that to everything. Like, an example, they didn't do it to Uller. Like, the axe on Uller is still the same, to hit at least, so they still kept that part. He is just one of those high skill, high reward characters. You gotta hit those skill shots, otherwise you ain't doing shit.
Enemies incoming.
I mean, I didn't expect the whole fucking team. Holy shit. Alright. I was like, I can bait here maybe. But no, it's legitimately 4 fucking players in my face. That's on me, I guess. Right. I want a lot more magic defense in this game. This is gonna be a first, I feel like. I need a shit ton of magic defense. I might do a full-on magic defense with a single Nemean in my build somewhere. Come on, you can do it, Phytoon. There we go.
Right on. An ally has been slain.
Thanks.
Enemies in middle lane.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. No problem.
Alright, see you in a bit, Okami. I need him to just push up the waves. I can't walk all the way up there anymore. I think it will only get more and more scary to deal with.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing right. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack middle lane. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. Be careful. Enemy missing. On my Your middle tower is under attack. Middle lane. I'll attack middle lane. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Shall we begin the night's work?
Slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a double kill.
Attack the
I may. Whoa. I don't need a flip out of this man. Just give me some of that.
Very lucky that he just dashed into me. Couldn't have made it much easier. I thought he was gonna run the other way for a second.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. I'm getting into some of this spice. Come on in. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Um,
Right
I
on.
mean, I just need more magic defense, so I'll get Ansile. Not an item I've used very much. I do have to get better at using it, because I do think it's pretty good.
Attack fire.
No, he just did it. Aw.
Your right tower is under attack. I'm on it.
Enemy missing right.
Attack fire giant.
Enemy missing.
I'm on it. Your left tower is under attack. Be careful. Your left tower. Rampage. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Just run into it.
I'll clean up my mistake.
Defend left lane. Shut down. That's a bummer. Your left tower is under attack.
We're really just running in, dying here. That was really silly.
Enemy missing left. Shut down.
Aha, she's on the back camps.
Attack the goal.
Careful left.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's a bummer.
I'm on my way. Lord here.
I'll take that trade.
Attack me. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm not very physical tanky, so
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
not easy for me to tank those.
I'm on it.
Might be worse to get physical defense just for that, to be honest.
Your right tower is under attack. destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Whoa, you don't need to flip out on Destroy the right enemy tower.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some physical defense. Cannot be Nemean anymore though, since I've got Anson. He might go crit. Maybe I just go for a Spectral already. Might be a shit pickup, but at this point it gives me enough protection that I want, so... It's a very high protection item.
I'm on it.
Retreat! Attack fire giant!
Okay.
Thanks.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. The pyro has arrived. That's a bummer.
Attack left lane! Help!
I'm on it, man.
Attack the ghost field!
Okay.
Be careful, middle. Shut down. Oh, not cool, man.
Be careful.
On my way.
Retreat. I'm on it. I'm on it.
Enemy ultimate down.
Retreat.
Wherever there are gods in need,
Slain an enemy.
I believe in you.
Double kill. Attack the Titan. Chase the enemy.
I may not just kill. Unstoppable. Steam on it.
Okay.
Caught him.
Have fun.
Yeah, no, that was just a,
Tidy, will you?
Victory.
I don't know, I guess just both lanes, side lanes won. Then it's kind of hard for the rest to play around it. One ward? Damn, that's so not like me. I'm gonna turn on some light. It's actually getting kind of dark already. Dude, you can't put them in the fucking laser, man. What the fuck? Oh, what a lovely game that was. Yeah, well, it was... it's an interesting one. It just felt like another case of, you know, one team playing the meta and the other one isn't, you know? I try hard, I went Cabrakan like a disgusting pig. We had Odin tank jungle, you know, it's just... What can you really do? Obviously it wasn't the only problem. Purple Orb was also being slightly criminal. I don't think he knows how to play solo. I don't want to play Cabrakan again. He doesn't? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that shit does happen. He did his best.
Select your god.
Hey, Snotty, thank you so much, man. I'll just get sober myself. Snot sent me here. Damn. Well, now you're in prison. Been locked up. Never gonna see daylight again. Yeah, I'll do a Sobek game. I don't want to deal with it either, so... And I actually kind of feel like playing Sobek for once. It's been a little while. Though I did play him in my last stream, but last stream I picked him because I didn't want to deal with it. Now I'm actually picking because I want to play it. I hope you had a good stream, Snotty. We had one nice game at least. You feel I'm queuing for too long? Well, like in terms of how long it takes to get a game, or just no? Is it taking a toll on your mind queuing this long? Not able to play him today because you're pinning for him. Yeah, Sobek is gonna be banned a lot of the time. Even more so in like lower elo games than higher elo games. And even then he's still gonna be banned for the most part. He's just the best support by a mile. He's just too dominant in lane. Four games, I see. Yeah, 2 out of 10. It's been rough today, I'll agree with you. Some long queues. Luckily I haven't had any dodges though. Usually I do. It's been pretty chill so far on my end. Maybe I'll even hit 6k today actually when I think about it. I need to check how much SR I have. I've been winning a lot lately. Not really always because of myself. I would actually argue in most cases it's not because of myself. I just exist in those games. Dude, why is it so framey? Alright, whatever.
I know I win.
I might go Aegis this game, but no. I thought about it. Never mind. No, I'll do this. I don't like Bluestone on Sobek. I really don't. I'll do Conduit. Had a 15-minute queue yesterday into a dog shit unbalanced match. Then I did another and I had the same crap. Yeah, I mean... I would generally say if your queue is longer than 15 minutes, it's probably worth waiting or looking for a better queue. If there is one going. I can imagine that if you queue outside of EU's like non-working hours, it's gonna be pretty bad. Wait, non-working hours? Well, you're queuing inside the working hours, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if you queue really early or, like, super late, like at 2 AM, I guess, it's gonna be pretty rough. Unless it's a weekend. I usually queue, I feel like, at the best time. Like, between... Usually I stream from, like, 3 to 6 or 7-ish. I think that's probably where the most people play. I usually feel a bit of a drop, like, around 6 or 7, when people go to eat dinner and stuff. But if it already drops then, I don't even want to think about what happens. Like, too early or too late.
Be careful.
I just don't like building something that doesn't scale with me at all, you know? That's my main issue with it. I want to build something that scales. It just doesn't feel as good to me. What am I against? I don't even know. It's gotta be the Amma though, right? His name is... He's probably in your speed, honestly, looking at his name.
Yeah, probably.
Damn, huge. Yeah, his blue is up. He's doing a speed. He did. I mean, I got blue as well. I mean, it's a great start for me. Yeah, he has speed buff, but I got his blue. It's such a weird start, man. I really cannot recommend doing that start on anything. Damn. Okay, I don't even think I should have died there. He just pushed me into the tower. That was bad on my part. Yeah, I'm on your speed. He's literally... He has one job and he's doing it. Dude, I can't believe I died though. That's so annoying. There goes the lead that I had. Fuck. Oops.
Enemy missing middle.
Like, I won't really lose this matchup into an Amma, so... Sobek here should be fine, but he will obviously, more than likely, if he plays it well, have a bigger impact than me on an Amaterasu going into mid and late game team fighting.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
If only I had mana right now, I could poke more, stick around.
Help left lane.
Attack left lane. On my way. Take.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna wait for my TP before I'm back.
I need the jungle buff.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks.
There was now how so big is the hybrid scaler? I can see what you mean, but yeah, I mean when I think about it, I think he would be really cool as a hybrid scaler. I guess he just didn't want to do that to him. But actually, would have been really cool if he was.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't know where Poseidon is, so I can't really invade. Definitely don't want to die to a Poseidon gang again.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's not aspect armor, at least.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Follow me.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. Enemy ultimate down.
I was thinking I probably couldn't finish off the kill, but this way I'm at least zoning him with some waves.
That's a bummer.
And even then, I'm getting his ultimate out of it, so I'll take the
Your
trade.
left tower is under attack. Shut down.
Just awful.
Double kill.
That wasn't my intention. Hey,
Enemies incoming left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, alright. My Sunder might be up by the time his blue spawns. Then I should get that for free at least.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, my Sunder is not gonna be up in time for that. No, I'm not getting it. No, man, I'm out of mana too. I'm just gonna have to leave it. I don't have the mana for that shit.
Tower is under attack.
At least Nemesis gets it.
My style.
Thanks. Toward the gold, you're
Surprised you ulted that. Definitely wouldn't have killed.
Enemy ultimate down. Retreat left lane. You have slain an enemy.
Spark of magic in you.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I wanted to TP, but bad idea. If anything, I'll TP up top.
An ally
If I can even
has
make it in
been
time.
slain.
Bacchus died too fast.
Your left tower is under attack. Hey there. Left lane. The Pyromancer. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Bit sloppy.
Give me some of that good stuff. You see, money.
My cooldowns are real long at the moment, without having any
Tower is under attack.
CDR.
Completed.
Unfortunately, if Bacchus hits that, I can combo it
Your right tower is under
by
attack.
plucking.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
Be right back.
Be seeing ya.
Be careful, middle. On my way.
Take this jungle buff.
On my way.
Okay.
Thanks. You have that spark of magic in you.
Attack fire giant!
Be careful.
Okay. Justice was finally natural.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, enemy ultimate incoming. Your left tower is under attack.
Interesting. Felt like a panic ult.
On my way. Attack the Gold Fury.
It's gonna dash.
I'm on it. We need wards.
Attack left lane.
Too bad.
Could have tried for it, but if I don't hit the plug, I don't think I kill.
That's too bad.
Be right back. That wasn't my intention.
See if I can get this tower. I'll trade my own tower for mid tower. It's way more valuable.
Your right tower is under attack.
Actually, I should get Nemean rather than whatever I'm trying to buy now.
Justice.
Unfortunate. Not like my tower was gonna last very long into an armor either way.
Enemy missing right. Group up.
Damn. We really just ain't going on that?
Your middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
Alright.
Slain an enemy. Destroyed us. Left your right tower is under attack. Double kill. Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Can I just... Yeah, I can just continue on. Perfect. I think they have 2 ADCs, an armor, and a Poseidon with aspect. If I don't go Nemean here, I'm shooting myself in the foot. I feel like people never go near, go in on the tank if they're plucked. Well, you mean like following up on the pluck? I think it depends on the situation. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And right there, like, I can see why people didn't follow up on the pluck. Because, like, whoever I pulled into was an Aladdin, a Nemesis, and a Bacchus. We can follow up, sure, but we don't have any one-shot potential.
Be careful, right? Retreat. On my way.
I'm sorted, boys. Or crit, Apple.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Enemy missing. Enemy spotted. I'm on it. I'm on it. Careful, right. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your
Enemies in
middle
middle
tower
lane.
has been destroyed. Your left tower is under Your left tower has been destroyed.
Shouldn't go in.
An enemy has been slain. Double
have returned to base.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Help! 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 Help!
An ally has been slain. Rampage.
Just a little axe throw.
That wasn't my intention.
You see that skillful kill I just did? I pressed E
Defend the fire
and
truck.
threw an axe, and it did good damage. Just as Sobex has always been.
Defend! Group up!
Attack.
Yes!
It's a trap.
On my way.
Kill him, kill him, kill him. You have some there, you have some there.
Keeping the dream alive. Double kill. Attack right lane.
That was nice of them to just kind of give that to us.
Unstoppable.
Lead it!
You're keeping
Ah, no worries.
destroyed a right
Enemies in
enemy
left lane.
tower.
Attack the Titan!
Right enemy Phoenix.
Let's settle this! That's too bad. Yes!
That's a bummer. Destroy the left enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
No, my potential kill.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
You rock.
Unstoppable.
Farewell.
Bye. Be seeing you.
Farewell.
Nice.
Victory.
Sobek is fun, but I feel like he's a lot harder to play going into late game. Like one missed plug or like one plug hit, but they beats it or something like that, and you just die on the spot. Especially into a comp like theirs, it's just because we were so far ahead, it didn't matter if I missed or got good plugs. Worst ults of my game. Yeah, no worries, man. I can't say anything. I played Aladdin earlier and I missed just as many ults. I was trolling myself. Like, that shit is so easy to hit. The hitbox is gigantic and it's easy to aim, and still we miss it. How? How do we do it? Damn it. I don't think that was gonna hit me. Am I getting hit? I am getting hit. Oh well. My bad, I'm not showing. There we go. I'm getting hit by everything. What just hit me? The fuck? Weird. I mean, we all have bad games, boys. We all have bad games. Like, I know you're both good players. Don't let your emotions control what you say. I've seen games from both of you. You're both fine. Don't worry about it. Let's go next. Shit happens. Can't always play well. Like, I have shit games too sometimes, you know. I think we all do. Yeah, I mean, I get you. It can definitely be frustrating being with someone who is, you know, essentially feeding like 2 games in a row on your team, but I don't know, people have bad days. Can't always play well. Like, it is very possible to, you know, to lose 2 games in a row because of yourself too. I do that sometimes. I feed my ass off full days. Like, I think the biggest problem with that game, like, if I had to be critical, was that every time I rotated, Amma was nowhere to be seen. Like, Amma didn't rotate very much as I did at least. It always felt like we were one man up in teamfights. Or just getting, you know, capitalizing on often on Dark on the Poseidon. Which you can't really do much about on a Poseidon, so it just... Oh, I feel like we were always just one man up in these teamfights. I mean, I'm also not gonna lie, like, the Neath obviously didn't do much in that game specifically. But... Whoops. Tapped out, no! But I don't think that's necessarily a part of the player, you know. Obviously you can maybe do well, maybe you just have a bad game, like that shit also just happens, but we had a really good comb into something like a Neath. And like, even I ganked mid a few times, because I had so much freedom in my own lane. You always play perfect. I know, Snotty, you do. You're just the embodiment of perfection. Wait, what did they pick? Mulan. Okay. Alright. Mulan, what do I pick into Mulan? I guess I feel like playing Mordred, so I'll do that. Mordred is like this shining light in Smite 2 for me right now. He's just my go-to god that I always enjoy playing. I'm so happy Mordred is good now. Now I can pick it without feeling like ass. Compared to when he came out. Where he was. Complete ass. What do people care about other players? I don't know. People take things too serious. I do agree, but like I also understand the frustration of someone potentially losing a game for them. But I just think it's important to remember that we're all we're all in the same boat. Like some people are better than others, and sometimes even a good player has a bad day or a bad game. Like I think it's important to remember that we're all just people having fun playing a fucking video game, man. But yeah, I mean, some people do take it too far. Not even necessarily about you guys in chat, but like some people are taking it way too far. Well, Sav, it's having fun, for the most part, right? At least in my case. I can't say for everyone else, but like for the most part, I have fun when I play this game. I just can't have fun for very long playing this game, so I do need to stop within like an hour or two. Or like 3 hours usually. But this meta is so ass. Oh, it's Mulan Jungle. Wait, what am I against then? Guess I'll find out when I get in. Yo, Sav, thoughts? I picked Aladdin Tank earlier. It went quite well. Have you thought about doing that? I'm not saying it was good, but I did do it. And I was against Mulan, so it wasn't like the greatest, test of whether it's good or not, because I'm literally against the worst god in the game. But I won the game. Sounds fun. It actually was a lot of fun. I had so much fun doing it.
A tonic or a trinket.
How many more ways do I have to play to penetration than it isn't? Who knows? I think next patch, though, is probably gonna go away from being a frontline meta, if I had to guess. Just a guess. Yeah, Pen is weaker next patch. I mean, is Pen even that good right now? Like, I don't mean, why would they even nerf Pen? The minions are being nerfed, Snotty, overall. The minions are being nerfed. Like, one of the issues with the minions is that they get that Giga buff from gold, right?
Cancel that.
What am I against? I'm against Vansky, I see. On that Cupid.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. Yeah, Hades Anubis meta. It's gonna be great. I can't even play Zeus, because Zeus gets shit on by both of those gods. I want to play Zeus. But maybe I'll play some Poseidon. I'm still kind of tired of Hades. He still never really went away. You can still pick him now and he's pretty good.
An enemy has left the game.
No, man.
An enemy has returned.
Good.
No.
That's too bad.
well.
Oops. No problem. Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't want to take too much poke here. I'll wait for level 3 when I know I'll have the advantage. Or at least level 2. This warrior's axe as well. Yeah, dude, Hades ult is gonna give so much protection now. It's actually crazy. And Ares too. It's just gonna be wild. You're gonna dash me? No. I'm taking way too much poke here, but it's just ADCs with warriors and I running around with a bluestone. I don't want to fight this. Or I can't really fight this just yet. Oh man.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
And he hits level 5, man. That's so disgusting. Of course he hits level 5 on those creeps. I don't know how we got Cupid. I've actually zero idea. He died so much later than when we attacked him. He didn't die to my Sunder. Red buff, maybe? No clue. Yeah, I have no idea how Nem killed him.
Your left tower is under
Let's just grab the creeps. I don't want to fall behind just yet. I fucking hate Warriors X. Shit pokes me so much.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. That's too bad.
Speeds at least. Let's go for these rocks. While they're still worth something. Oh, the fact that he hit that was unfortunate. Get him. Well done. You should get him once his dash is up.
An enemy has been slain.
It's the Fenrir support.
Your middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
He's not gonna go full support though.
Your team has destroyed the gold cure. An ally has been slain.
Am I missing everything here? Just get this heal. And Bragg's first item is fucking hurts, man. I still don't feel like a tank to him.
Be right back.
No problem. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bye.
Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Ultimate is done.
Gotta hit my ults.
Enemy incoming right. Cancel that.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy ultimate incoming. An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Completed. Thank you.
Attack middle lane!
Enemy ultimate down.
Cancel that!
Sorry.
She just shows up when I least want it.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Life to mine!
That's so unfortunate. That's kind of my bad, I guess. I was expecting a bit more from, I guess, from Cerberus, but I know he has long cooldowns, so not really much to do.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
And I missed my ult for some reason, somehow. I don't know how my 4 missed. Like, I feel like the rank 1 here is so much smaller than it looks. Sometimes I feel like it just goes through. I'll take the blame on that one, though.
Get cocky.
Hello, Zaun? Zaun? However you pronounce it.
Enemy missing left!
Retreat middle lane.
An ally has been slain. The pirate has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
My 4 didn't go off. I'm just throwing at this point, I guess.
Attack the gold fury.
What, dude? What are the sounds coming from this guy? Dude, I am actually 1-4. I didn't even realize. How have I died so many times? Just Mulan, I guess, in rotations? Shit. I'm gonna stop feeding, trust me.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I promise.
Defeated.
Am I losing tower too? That'd be great.
An ally has been slain. Retreat. Your left tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Save yourself.
Let's see if I can get anything out of it though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Killing spree.
Be careful left. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, someone trying to have 6. I mean, it's just the usual tilt. A lot of the time, I feel like people don't even mean.
Enemy ultimate.
Like, they know people are gonna say no anyway. They're just doing it because they're tilted.
Enemy missing left.
Cupid might have TP to Rain. I can't really follow with no mana.
Ultimate is down. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Ultimate incoming.
I just rotated mid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is rehearsing.
Be careful.
That's just terrible.
Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
My ult's have been bad this game.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. I'm returning right lane.
Alright, he's there. Should be good then. Yeah, my need's back for so long I could buy 2 items.
Sharp. How wicked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You weren't a believer of the rotation? I think it would have been even better if I just hit my ult. But I didn't. Then my second ult was good. My small one.
Enemies in left lane.
It's so huge that you can aim the ult.
Okay.
It really is.
He doesn't have Sunder.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the gold field.
My back.
Your middle tower.
So easy, man. April wants to live in fucking solo for some reason.
He always does.
I mean, he's literally like, I've got Gold Fury on cooldown because he just wants to gank you for some reason. Okay.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
On my way. Enemy incoming right. Shut down.
Ain't no way, man. Leave me alone. Like, come on, man. Just needed my 2 items online. Now we're golden.
Middle enemy tower.
Attack the fire giant!
The Pyromant has arrived.
Going around.
Strong, but your flesh was weak.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Be careful.
Retreats!
Okay. On my way.
Awesome. Need healing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromant. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
I got a lot of gold. I'm gonna back.
Enemies in right lane.
I do lots of damage now. I'm coming here.
Oh my god, there's shit everywhere.
Push mid tower.
I fucked it up. I thought the tower shot was, or the Phoenix shot was going to do way more damage than it did. It wasn't below 500 at all. It was at 555, from what I could see. So just exactly not low enough. Damn. I haven't fucked up the dagger in a while. Damn, good pillar. Probably dies anyway because of speed buff.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
Alright, huge. Yeah, I don't even want to build. Probably just gonna go for some mixed protection again.
Shut down. Attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Like, I'm playing so bad this game, I feel like. I've had some, like, a few amount of very good
Your right tower is under
very
attack.
good plays, and then just it's been a mixed bag, to say the least.
Oh well.
Save yourself.
Did he just bump? Why?
Enemies in the right jungle. Enemy strong. Help.
my way.
Has arrived. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Retreat.
Enemies in left lane.
We're not really close enough to fight that. I feel like we're just kind of waiting for fire to spawn again. Like, what can we do here?
Enemy missing left.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Oh, I thought I had my big ult.
Enemy ultimate down.
I had to sunder that though. I don't have sunder now for him. Fire giant.
Defend the fire giant. On my way. On my way.
Enemy spotted. Enemy
Enemy
spotted.
missing.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Double kill. Killing spree.
That's why you would pick Hades.
You turn a bush camp into a fucking Hades ult, man.
Triple kill. Rampage. Attack the Titan. Attack the Titan. Attack the Titan.
An enemy has been slain.
Deicide.
Little enemy phoenix.
Alright, well, Hades made that one easy in the end.
Fate is sealed.
I weren't even a part of that. Hades probably did like 5k damage in that fight. At least.
Victory.
Alright, I'll do one more. That's the probably my worst game today. I played like shit that game, I feel like. Speaking of bad games, about the conversation we had literally before that game. I made so many mistakes that game. On Mordred of all things, my most played fucking god in Smite 2. Don't know if I did something wrong to upset the Hades. He would not clear minions when I was near him, and would just watch me if I was like, he's, I mean, not really sure how to put it. He's a bit of an interesting guy. He kind of just does what he wants. You might have, you may not have. Like, for all I know, he could just be in a bad mood. Like, he's a pretty good player, or at least on Hades. But, yeah, I don't know. Could be anything, really. I don't think you have to worry about it, Okami. Yeah, maybe like on a critical side, like maybe you were splitting too much, but outside of that, I don't know what else it would be. But I also didn't see if you were splitting that much, so I don't know. And I don't play support or mid. I don't know how much is too much splitting, so who knows? Not me. Stop banning the Bracken again. Yeah, the thing is, Wakami, people will get mad over anything. Sometimes it's valid, sometimes it's not. That's why you gotta just figure out how you play and what works, and just stick to that, as long as it's, you know, not at the inconvenience of someone else. Some people will make it their inconvenience. Just don't listen to those people. Don't really want to first pick, to be honest. Maybe I do an Odin game. No, I'll do Aladdin again. If you yell at, just do the wave as a thankful sign for sharing. Do that. Let him know how much you care. Never leave him again. Stay by his side. Ow. Damn it, man. Oh, that sucks. That lost all my momentum of that. Wait, what did they first, or what did they pick actually? I can't even, never mind, I can't look at it. I miss being able to pull up all the gods list even though you have already picked, just so I can keep an eye on things. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, middle and as we play Aladdin. Yeah, I don't know what to play. I can't see the list. My bad. My bad. I want to play the Aladdin as well. I think I'll just stick to it. It took me so long just to think about what I wanted to play in the first place. Don't make me do it again. I can't do it. Not anymore. Dude, what is that? How are there two lasers in the same spot? That shit just one-shot me. Dude, how many times am I gonna do this fucking boss? This is the first hard boss in this game that I've actually kind of legitimately been stuck on. There's just too much fucking shit everywhere. And the fact that it resets every time you die on health is brutal. It's harder than Smite. Dude, how am I supposed to dodge all those? I don't get it. And I was tapped out, dude. Fuck me, man. I'm done. Probably beach game. I assume I am against Thor or Baron. I wish I knew what I was against though.
A little something extra, just in case the genie is busy.
Yes. Hi.
I can't see the chat. There we go.
Nah, he's a big boy. We do gold furies.
Yeah, just take something else on the map. I should be fine. I'll be building tank anyway.
I would trade a solo laner for a gold fury any day of the week.
I actually haven't played a lot of Achilles either. I've just never been much of an Achilles player.
Okay.
Minions have spawned. Nice job.
Aw, that's a flavor flop.
Yeah, I ain't fighting a Thor. Tank a ladder or not, I ain't fighting into that. I'll let him clear all he wants. Well, I'm glad I went safe, because even if I met Baron, like, if I met Baron, I would have won one lane clear. But into Thor, no.
Enemy cancel that. To me.
Be careful left. Be careful left.
Record.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm surprised he didn't just go for the rocks, though.
Completed.
Thor can just hammer over so easily. It's so easy for him.
Record.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Out of mana.
It's out of mana.
Let's go.
I was so wanted to Power Witch there, but I just don't think it would be worth it. Oops.
Be careful.
Does he actually know that there's a duo lane?
It's just solo is so easy. It's a gank smite too.
To me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Farewell and goodbye.
Uller is there. Don't go in there, Finn. Oh, it's so tragic, man. Can't really do much about that. Gotta get Warhorn for some kind of region then.
An enemy has been slain. Record! Enemy spotted! An ally has been slain.
Aw, that's a flavor flop.
Record!
An enemy has been slain. How exuberant!
In all my years, I've seen nothing like you.
I've seen nothing like you. To be fair, the rock's also very annoying to go for. I get it. I don't completely understand why you don't want to go for them. Do I like having the rocks? Yes. Do I like going for them? No. No, I don't. I kind of prefer them not being a thing, just because I don't like going all the way there, missing creeps and shit. I need to back, actually.
The enemy team
Soon.
has destroyed the Gold Fury.
He's living with a hammer. That's so bad for me. I'm losing the wave then. I didn't think he was gonna kill me. I'm expecting all Thor aspect users to not level hammer and level the 3. That's not what he was doing. Unfortunately for me. Well played by him though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To me! Enemy missing right.
Don't worry, I can take the heat.
Ultimate is ready.
Got a blue buff, boys.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me, Genie! Right! Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
Gank right lane!
On my way.
Enemy missing! Enemy spotted!
Enemy ultimate down!
I am sorry.
To me, Genie!
Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack.
Gank right lane! Enemy ultimate down!
Attack.
That's too
Enemies have
bad.
returned to base.
Aw, that's a flavor flop.
Hey, Devane, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, right. Be careful, right.
I don't think I've heard of your name before, at least not from ranked.
Ultimate is down.
Are you finding Smite too? I like it. It's, I've been playing it since it came out, and I've been playing Smite for, quite a long time as well. It is one of my big games. Thor's gonna TP behind you guys. Nice Harry, sir. Just started playing, I see. I'm so far behind in levels.
Ward here. Enemies incoming right. An enemy has been slain. On my way.
Attack the gold
On my
fury.
way.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack. Okay. An ally has been slain.
I mean, is he building tank as well? Of course he is.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
And Gabu isn't. That sucks, man.
The pyroman has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm so far behind. Dude, only our dual lane is winning. This is not going well.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, why do I have a feeling the biggest gank is coming my way?
Probably pretty soon, yeah. I also can't really communicate with Gabu, which is rough. So we can't really counterplay very easily. Dude, what's even the point? What the fuck is that damage and he's building full tank? He's actually not, he has Pendulum Blade.
Four
I'll,
ult
I'll
down.
TP up top.
No, I'm back in, I'm back.
Alright, never mind then.
To me, Genie.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, Leon, we weren't fighting this. Because this is coming.
Let's see what I can find.
I don't want the monkey.
Enemy spotted. Retreat, left lane. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Double kill. Your left tower is under attack.
Recall.
Oh, that's a flavor flop.
To me, Genie. Enemy spotted.
Right lane.
Come on them. Let's settle this.
Your right tower is under attack.
My fucking mana, man. My goddamn mana. Still got him, but that sucks. I also didn't have enough enough items Because he had 2 items. Yeah, he has 2 items online.
Your middle tower
Just
is
base
under
dance down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I was gonna say ass, but I can't say ass. What's that area transported to? It's the Aladdin ultimate. It transports one into like a small arena for a 1v1. And then others can interact with a lamp from the outside and join on into the arena. It's a very, very cool ultimate. He's the newest... No, not anymore. He's the previous newest from Bari. Bari is the newest god in the game. Aladdin was the newest before that. I'm assuming Fenrir couldn't get in because minions were attacking him, which is so unfortunate.
Bro, you should never have been going mid there, man. Like, you know that's gonna happen.
Tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wish I could help out, but if I go there, I don't think I can do anything.
I mean, I get that they're ruining your game, but you don't need to die on top. Like, dying equals no XP, I'm sure you're aware, right? Like, I get you're tilted, but like, just going mid to just die on cooldowns, not the play. Like, you can find farm, I promise you.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay, man. I'm just dead. Doesn't matter.
You have been slain.
It might be Jover. We just lost everywhere else way too much. Just that the fucking tank junglers just controlling the game.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
There's been a theme for today, and that is tank. If you don't have a tank jungler, you lose. Fucking full tank bots, man. He does so much damage. He even has aspect. So his 2 does no damage, man. But that doesn't matter.
Shut down. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
I mean, it's just over.
Yeah, let's... Yeah, we should surrender this. I tried to beat actually there. My beats are still up. I shouldn't have died. Just when I pressed, it didn't really go off. Meaning I probably didn't hit the right button.
I mean, I also hate to be that guy, but you're playing Merlin no aspect mid. Like, what do you expect?
Killing spree.
Sure it is, mate. Sure it is. Now you're going to the insults because you know you've got nothing else left to you. Like, it's honestly a little bit pathetic.
Most Rosefield users at the moment, they are, yeah.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's just a really bad meta. It's been one bad patch after the next. And it ain't been fixed in the next one. At least I can tell you now, guys, in case you were wondering, Tank Aladdin is not good from ahead, or from behind, I should say. Don't worry, I tested it for you. Dude, I'm level 14. Like, I'm so far behind. Went as well as it could have. It's just tanks! Tanks on tanks! This meta is so ass, man.
It's gone tomorrow, so it is what it is.
It's just hilariously ass, this meta. Oh god, I'm going Mystic Omel again.
April must need SR, man, because she wouldn't catch me building that on Hunbats. I can tell you that.
I don't know, it might just be the fact that if you don't build it, you're just gonna be in a disadvantage automatically, and it's worse dealing with it than it is playing it.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, man. It gets boring. Like, I've played fucking shit. It's just, I'm just done with it. Like, it's boring.
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, that's why I'm playing Aladdin with this.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Also, Merlin, like, should have had Fizz-D, like, early. He should have had Breastplate, like, second item, and this game would not be this bad.
That's whatever. We just have a bad comp as well compared to theirs.
What are you XDing, bro? Like...
I'm on live.
Alright, you talked enough now. Now I gotta bring up the tracker.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Quickly.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Silence these trespassers.
I delayed it, it's fine.
Your Titan is under attack.
If only we had Kraken, man. If only we had Kraken for the lamp. a bit of a. I could do one more actually. I'll do one more.
Defeat.
It's gonna change the meta next patch either way. Like, we might not go from the same patch where we're like it's gonna be a tank meta, but we're just gonna go to another meta that might be just as annoying. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. He's so salty. I think in this game he was more justified in it though. He played really well that game. It's just everyone else got super shit on. Just April running it, and I hit level 10 Aladdin. Nice. Now I can use Radiant. What is his border? Well, I don't think it's this one. Oh, it's this one. Guess I'll use it. I need to check where I'm at. 5,900. Emoji board is way better than the rest. I do like the emoji one as well, but it's the first one that I got, so I've seen it so much. I do need some variety. I also really like Chocks, but that's because I love lightning powers in general. Like, it comes to like superhero stuff or like any kind of supernatural, like with powers and in shows or anime or whatever. Lightning power is always something that really, really just sticks with me. I love lightning. It's so cool. Dude, I don't even know what to pick, because if I pick something for fun and I go against the usual like tank builds right now with like Mystical Mail or Shield Splitter as well as Predwen, you just can't play the game. Like, what would even deal with it? Like, it's basically nothing. I'll do an Artemis game with my last. Now I do hope I'm not against April again, though. I'm gonna be against April again. Great. That's great. Right, I'm still on this boss. Dude, what do I do into this? Don't you dare jump. So far, so good. No, man. Dude, the lasers are the worst.
Artemis.
Oh, they dodged. Oh well. Damn. I need 2,000 stars, so just gotta keep going. One day I'll beat that boss. It's good to have a goal, though. This game was kind of lacking difficulty a bit.
My ults were there. That's what matters. I can hear myself.
Alright, who's already
I
speaking?
don't know. Yeah, I can hear myself through yours. Bit harsh. Oh wait, you got the queue.
I'm never gonna be a fan of open mics. Why are you doing this? Why would we have open mics? Like, if you're playing with friends, then sure, but if you're in a team game...
Well, once it doesn't matter. I don't know how to. I can't even breathe in peace anymore. I'm gonna. By the way, we have been fucking rigged. Play whatever you want, buddy. Well, I mean, I don't know these two players on our team. Against Idora, Gabu, Blocks, April, and I can't see the support.
I wonder if he knows his mic is open.
I can't turn it off because we're in thingy. It's fucking short.
Alright.
I couldn't see.
Sorry, buddy. I'm going to need to mute you for a little bit. Like, what did we pick into that? Like, I'll go armor, I guess. Oh, I dodged. I'm gonna get one last game in, alright? It's gonna happen. Like, being against April with that tank bots puts a stopper to a lot of the fun stuff that I want to play. Because I can't deal with it in any way if I don't also pick a tank. Otherwise, I'm just gonna die to him. Over and over again. Oh, now it's on my team. Yeah, I think we can fix this. Let's do this. I am speed. Wait, what did they pick? They picked... Wait. I think that's a glitch. They haven't picked anything yet, right? Oh, they have. They picked Odin. Never mind, he's banned. I don't know. Afro. There it is. Found it. I'll do Mordred again, I guess. I don't know what to play, guys. I'm sorry. Might be boring just watching Mordred, but... just not really a whole lot of stuff to play right now that are actually fun and interesting. I do wonder if there's a limit to how fast you can go in this game, or if you can just keep going. I do believe there's an endless mode now. Wonder how fast you can go. Okay. I against? Afro, I guess? That guy was supported, I believe, and he has the aspect, so I can only assume that he's going to be... He could be solo too, though. Either way, it should be pretty easy for me in my lane. I thought Modder was boring, then I played him about 20 arena games, learned how to play him, and he's so fun. Yeah, I mean, Modder is a lot of fun. Don't forget to stretch your bags, guys. Especially if you play as much games as I do. Or just sit a lot during the day. Yeah, Modder is fun until your small bucks out, that's true. Then you fucking hate him. It's kind of like Morrigan. Such a fun fucking god until your old bucks, and then you don't want to play it for like a week. Or the rest of your life.
Yes. Minions have spawned.
It's insane in arena. I actually feel like if it was like competitive arena, he wouldn't be. Because his worst part about him is his team fighting. And that's all you do there. It's not as bad in team fighting specifically, it's just he's easy to just capitalize on. Like, Bacchus has always been the best support in arena and such, just because big circles, a lot of CC.
My mana restores me. Be gone.
How is he easy? You have 4 dashes? What do you mean by easy? I think he is easy to play, but like hard to master type thing. But I think he is on paper pretty easy to play. He has a simple kit, but he also has a nice and decently high skill ceiling.
An enemy has been slain.
Be gone. My mana restores. Be gone.
Fucking Nefertiti, man. Oh, he's easy to lock down, I see. A lot of CC, like, he has 4 dashes, sure, but a good player is not going to miss their CC. Once you get CC'd, you're not going to be able to dash much more. Happens all the time in high-low ranked. Like, the small dashes are going to be good against not good players, but it's not going to be that good into good players. They don't give a shit about that dash.
Defend. Be careful.
Be gone.
Enemy missing. Okay. Gank. On your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is down.
Completed.
Fortunate, really.
But yeah, it's not just his dashes as well. Like his ultimate can be blocked. That's also a big part of why he's pretty easy to just capitalize on. If you turn on him, you block his ult if he's trying to get out. And sure, I mean, that is obviously a risk for the enemy team, but in most cases it's not really. It's not like it's gonna one-shot someone. And they could just team beats it, which is what happens a lot. Almost never use the big ult. The big ult is really good. But I mean, again, once again, if you're playing arena, then yeah, I mean, I think the one is definitely, or the rank 1 ult is definitely better than the big one in arena for sure. I could easily zone here, I just don't think I want to. I don't want to try her that badly. He's not even doing anything, we're trading with the same HP.
Enemy spotted! Cancel that!
An enemy has been slain.
Not a bad start. If I will not get away.
Let's buy... I want to try a shield splitter first. Let's see how this goes. And since I'm into an Afro, I will just grab these as well. Some anti-healing. I'd hate going anti-healing on Mordred though. I don't like any of the items on him.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Bit optimistic, thinking I'm gonna bait something out. That's so annoying. The Afro ult actually just made it so I couldn't... I was gonna root them, but when the Afro ult came out, it was kind of just pointless. Did he use anything else?
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat!
An ally has been slain. Fortunate, really?
Stop her back at least.
Attack! Yes! Attack middle tower.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy missing left. I can handle it.
See if I can poke the tower. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna rotate right.
Slain an enemy.
Should have stayed. Looks like they showed up. The cavalry over there.
Goodbye. Until next time.
Shut down.
An ally has been slain.
It's just not fair. That's so much ability or item damage. I can't TP yet anyway. I wanted to like go and TP right. Whatever. I'll take tower instead.
On my way.
You'll have to wait.
Oh, thank God I got paid long enough.
Enemy ultimate down.
Bit risky. I wanted to take the chance anyway.
Not again. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Thanks.
I'm gonna try just to go without mystical mail here. See how it goes. I still think they should be active to do damage, or at least many actions that do. That's the thing, there's too many that does, and the ones that do too much damage. Like, combine Pridwin with...
Your left tower is under attack. Oh well.
Combine Pridwin with Shield Splitter at the moment, and, you know, it's obviously way too much damage. If it was just one of them, it wouldn't be as overwhelming. But... it is.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, never mind. Don't think me and Kepri alone.
Be careful, right? On my way. I'll gank right lane. Fetch it
Just poking a little bit.
On my way. Goodbye. I almost had you. I'll defend left lane.
My monarch.
Thanks. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Kyle, come up today, tomorrow. Tomorrow she'll be there. At least from what they've said. I believe so, right? They do say the 20th, but I don't think she's coming out today.
On my way.
Double kill. Unstoppable.
Centuries of waiting. I will not be denied.
She was still there. Oh my god. I just want to speed buff.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Damn, that kind of scared the shit out of me.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Attack, fire giant. Be right back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Played, everyone.
You have slain an enemy.
I require one of everything.
Balanced character. I mean, all tanks are broken right now. Look, right here, buddy. This is where the broken parts are right now. They should not be as powerful as they are. We currently have a Huntbot's jungle doing the same thing, alright? It's the items more than it's the god. I won't deny that Mordred is, like, good, because he definitely is, but I don't think he's broken. I still think he suffers from some of the same issues as he always has, which is just low mobility in the escaping a teamfight sense. Like, he can still easily be capitalized upon. He mainly excels in like 1v1s as well as his laning phase. He's a good bully. He kind of has that same like Cocolan type vibe to him, whereas I mean, he has lower mobility than Cocolan, I would say, because he essentially has like a small jump and a dash with the transformation, but Cocolan is about in the same vein.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. Chase the enemy.
Chase the enemy.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack. Divine. Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack.
I am amazed. Attack the Gold Fury. Yeah.
Yeah, the meta's kind of boring. I've been saying it all day too.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I'll gladly trade my ult for an Afro ult. Well, it's gonna be up in 5 seconds anyway.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix. Attack left lane. Okay. Destroy the left enemy.
It's not even just the tank meta. Like, we recently had the mage meta, right? It's just, it so heavily swaps from one meta to the other. Like, it just doesn't stay balanced. Like, so far, we haven't really had a meta where both tanks and, you know, carries are equally good. It's just in the middle. Or it's never in the middle, I should say. The two tanks are just trying to end here. Yeah, the meta just swaps so heavily each patch. It's just two big changes. Like, they're trying to heavily make an issue that I feel like they created themselves in the previous patch. Alright. That's gonna be it for me, though, for today. Been going for 4 hours. I started a bit earlier today. Did he do the same thing, actually? Yeah, he did. I mean, kind of. One of them. Alright. Thank you guys for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I'm getting pretty close to 6K as well. Not that it matters. Just small personal goals, I guess. But yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Bye.